Including you. I know that you know that I'm here. Hi, and welcome. I just prefer to, start the stream and begin loading into the game to give people, the chance to join before the action itself begins, and also to give my machine the chance to actually load the game. It's like finding a man in his own house. What do you mean by that? As in hearing the sounds of the activity rather than the person, and knowing that the person is there. But yeah, I can start describing what I see on screen. It's a white background with the elements, or the symbols for the elements, in the middle. And right now, only 2 out of 7 are lit up. And it's gonna take a while until all of them are filled in. To the left is Spyro, and then it's Hydro. What tip is it giving? No tip so far. Now Animo, like a quarter of Electro. Sad. I mean, it gives tips on like proper loading screens when you transition between zones, I think. But right now, I'm just loading into the game itself. And this will take a bit, but it's all good. Anyways, for tonight's stream, I was thinking that I am feeling a little tired, and so I'm gonna go for like relatively easy content. Namely, I will get the game to sort of give the story to me, rather than working hard to create the story out of the game. And I thought that, Genshin is kind of relaxing, and there's this Archon quest that I haven't even started yet. Might as well get introduced to the zone and maybe unlock some of the options. I imagine that some of the areas in Fontaine are locked behind the Archon quest itself, and you need to like progress the story in order to be able to enter certain areas or something like that, or to, obtain certain equipment. That's one way to burn 6 hours. I mean, I'll go for 4 to start, and then we'll just see how it goes. And sort of depending on how it transpires, we will decide how to continue. Another thing I noticed is that the commands are and the Neko arc are also in weird spots. I need to fix the UI a little bit. Where do we want to put this? Like here?
May the glory of the Prinzessin bring light to this world.
Man, every game has a different layout, and like I have to adjust this. And because I need to hide the preview in order to conserve my machine's performance, I kind of have to do it this way. So yeah, in case you want to change the layout, just let me know in chat. But right now, what can we do? Oh, maybe because it's Sunday, we can go to like a domain and get some upgrade materials or something. Just before we begin proper.
I created another universe and found.
Because I remember I wanted to do this last time. So yeah, let me do this real quick. And then we can jump into the quest. Or maybe I should leave this for... Yeah, okay. I'm gonna do the domain like once, and then I'm gonna come back to it occasionally in the middle of the story when I want to take a bit of a break. How does that sound? I think that's actually a good plan. You know, you need breaks every once in a while. And you're supposed to bring Pyro and Cryo, and that's not what I have on my team. It's your plan, not mine. I mean, this is the plan I'm proposing, and I think I like my plan, so I'll go with that. Okay, we're bringing Balls, Ayaya, Benetto, and Xiangling. Which is like Klee, but apparently better. If you can trust Ziox. Oh, and we're closer to the platform this time. I remember that before you had to like run up to the domain. But now you start way closer to it. So more quality of life changes, question mark? Yeah, I think the plan is basically to have Ayaka carry us with damage. Yeah, frames don't exist. It's a social construct. We made it up. Quality of life update. Nice.
Oh, so sorry.
With 4 point whatever to the fast update one. I see. Yeah, because I haven't played Genshin in a while, and so I am kind of noticing these changes that I haven't seen before. Which is cool. I actually kind of approve.
Everybody stand back.
Don't get frostbite.
Whirling snow. Suckler swirl.
Yeah, snapshot, please. Wonderful.
Get them. Look at me.
I know a few things about the game. I know that Xiangling's ultimate snapshots. I remember that you can skip this cutscene. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Are you here to play with me? My apologies.
Yeah, sort of.
Let's light it up. That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Oh, right. You get sapped of energy periodically. Which is a very fun mechanic for it to me.
Oh, so sorry.
Take flight. Boba, get them.
Dodge this.
Dun, dun, dun.
Embrace the ice.
Yeah, let's hope it goes in the right direction.
Everybody stand back. Nice and spicy.
But yeah, my basic strategy is to just keep switching between the characters and use their abilities once they become available.
You're toast.
Don't get frostbite.
Double spin to win.
Freeze.
Let's light
great.
it up. Blink. Boba,
But yeah,
get them.
speaking of the Archon quest, any like thoughts or recommendations or
Whirling snow.
like impressions of you know,
Over here.
is it good?
Nice and spicy.
Is it worth completing? Does it actually unlock things as I theorize? Would be kind of curious to know.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is... Into the fire.
Dodge this.
Now you've got me worked up. Take flight. Just... Adventure time.
But yeah, like I would imagine that inside of the main, the frame rate would actually be better than outdoors, but that doesn't seem to be the case somehow. Which is very weird.
Are you...
I would imagine that if you're in a smaller enclosed area,
My apologies.
then the game doesn't require as many resources to render things.
Let me amuse myself a little. I'm going in.
Oh, so sorry.
But apparently that's not the case. So, but it is what it is, I guess.
Kamisato art. Sumetsu.
Yeah, a bit of it at least,
Take flight. Teamwork is
but that's fine.
Don't get frostbite.
You should have enough energy recharge to get it back real quick.
You're toast.
Cool it.
Over here. Whirling snow.
And even if it's not giga optimal, I think I'll still be fine.
Freeze.
Take flight.
Oh, so sorry. Cool it.
Over here. Embrace the ice.
Yeah, I hope you're enjoying the slideshow. Usually I say I hope you're enjoying the show, but in this case I guess it's more of a slideshow than a show. Boom. Let's go again. That should be our final try for like the double reward. And then I think I should have enough materials to upgrade
Out of the frying pan into the fire.
the book that Nahida is using.
Whirling snow.
Cool it. Don't get frostbite.
My apologies. Let's light it
And
up.
once the book up is upgraded,
Sakura
we can
swirl.
begin the Archon quest. I think the upgrade should just make things a little bit easier.
Whirling snow.
Freeze.
Now you've got me
This will
worked
be
up.
frozen in time.
Resistance. Shine.
Dodge this.
You're toast. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Yeah, it's like, funnily enough, I invested into a few of the characters from the beginning cast
Apology.
because I think,
Don't get
well,
frostbite.
Kay is definitely high level, but I think, if I recall correctly, my Lisa is also relatively high level because I was using her for
Yeah, everybody stand back.
the dendro reactions for Hyper
Over
Blue.
here, let's light it up. Get them.
Who else is in the starting cast? The main character I also invested in, but I don't use them that much. Zero attempts remaining. So I guess we can leave. Then maybe try another domain if I want to. No, actually, let's go to Liyue Harbor. Because in Liyue Harbor, the crafting bench is a lot closer to the teleportation point. So if you want to do some quick crafting, Liyue Harbor should be a little faster than Mondstadt, for example. Bam, bam, bam. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, what else do I think? I am a little bit afraid that I'm gonna be negative about the Archon quest again. Because Genshin's quests tend to be like weirdly designed, or designed in such a way that you know, you walk for a bit, then you talk a bunch, then you walk for a bit, then you talk for a bunch, and then repeat that several times. Which may not make for particularly riveting experience, but that's how many of the quests tend to be designed. Do I have enough of this ore is the question. Just enough. Boom. Now we have a max level Mappamare. Or Mappamare. That's cool. What else? Let's switch to our Dendro party. Boom. Yeah, that's not what I want to do. This is what I want to do. Is there anything I can do to upgrade you guys? Purple cores. Can I craft those? These are the cores. Make them from the circuits. I don't have too many of those, and I think I need 9. So I don't think it's doable at the moment. We can collect more as we go, that's fine. Fish. Oh, we need even more of those cores. Amazing. And White Blind is already max rank. I think I have some... I could, in principle, craft some weapons, is what I think. I just need to find a blacksmith. That's a blacksmith. Oh yeah, I guess the expeditions, or, you know, resending people on expeditions is... Oh, just pressing 2 buttons. You can now collect everything and redispatch everything. So you don't need to do it individually. I didn't notice that last time. That's a great change. Can you collect all as well? Nice. Confirm. But you can't requeue them. Which is alright, I guess. This is a claymore billet. And this is a sword billet. Alright. In this case... Honestly, I think I'll just improve the weapons on the characters that I have. Let's get a copy of this, a copy of this, and a copy of this, please. I don't think I use any others. And then I'll just need to go and collect a bunch of more of these crystal chunks. Oh, and they're instantly completed. Interesting. Okay, in this case, can I... just start converting my other metals? Oh, it takes a bit, but yeah, we can come back later. But we already got all the conversions for things, so we can actually refine it. Equipment is locked. Unlocked and give it here. Boom. Then Mappamare. Boom. Rank 2. Did I make any other ones? Any others? I'm a Noma. But yeah, maybe a waste, because you don't... in late game Genshin, you rarely use auto attacks. You mostly just spam your abilities. But I think that can help with the passives, the extra bonuses that you get. This is my game and my resources. So I'll just do whatever. Claim all.
I created another
That's fine.
universe and found it.
Oh, there's some events. Test runs. Okay, whatever.
For I,
We're not here
Fischl, and the
tonight
princess
to
and
do any
her-
of these. Huh? No, we get just get resin. Whatevers. I want to go into my quests. I want to go into the Archon quest. It's time to go to Fontaine, it seems. The next phase of your journey is about to begin. Yep, let's go there. Questing time. Mushy, mushy. Let's see what the story in Fontaine has to offer. I hear it has something to do with the courtroom drama. So I wonder how it's executed. Imagine it can be quite funny. Like, we are a character from like a distant land, a traveler that nobody knows about. Just march into a new country. And suddenly we are a defense attorney. Without any experience, without any education or anything. You show everyone your badge and say, I'm a traveler.
Good old caravan rebut. Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here? Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Good memory, Paimon.
So much time
Good summary,
has
too.
already passed since then.
True.
And it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right?
Yeah, it's been months since I completed that quest.
Last a long time. And then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with.
It's hard to say what will happen.
Yes, you're right.
No one knows what the future
We
holds.
somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next?
Truage.
Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
Or maybe it's the writers. Represented by Paimon, I guess. I was thinking that you might be the problem, Paimon.
Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble.
Yeah, you were
And once
drowning in
when
the
she was
lake.
super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out.
Yep,
Anyway,
that happened.
for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Next stop, Fontaine.
Look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when
Or
are we just
Deshya.
wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious
In
business.
the Japanese dub.
Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
Good question.
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back.
Okay.
That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
We're preparing to leave Sumeru and head to Fontaine.
Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place.
Someone's listening into
Bumping
our
into you like this will
conversation.
become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
We'll leave as soon as we finish a few more preparations.
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
Thinking emoji.
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
I guess the answer is, in her case, she'll know from our dreams anyway.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler and Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
I'm just thinking that the scene might feel a little different if the main character is a guy rather than a girl. But anyways, take care, bye Dea.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
After settling matters in Sumeru, he approached the border with Fontaine. Or Sumeru. Yeah, the English pronunciation is Sumeru. Oh, and it teleports us. Right here. Right now. Well, I guess we can shorten the journey a little bit. No need to fly over. Especially since the flight is a little tight, even with full... what's it called? Even with full stamina. You have just enough to reach it, or you need to use Ember. Or someone who can help out with flying, I guess. Huh, I teleported it to the statue, but it put me on the other side. That's cool. Whee! We can glide downwards, that's fine.
The land of my people. I mean, you.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it. Oh, this must be Fontaine's port. Wow, everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines.
So I heard, and it's about what I imagined.
Seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
Let's start by meeting the Hydro Archon.
Yeah, Nahida gave us loads of useful information.
Did she? I don't recall.
Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Our journey is to find my sibling, my brother, and also to find the truth.
The more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means.
We'll soon find out.
To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we
Alright. It seems like a bit of a stretch, but I can go along with it.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
So they see trials as a sort of opera.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
Yeah.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
So this is the nation of justice, quote unquote.
Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
It's a little direct.
That's easy.
That's fine.
Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Make an appointment?
Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
Oh,
That's right.
like an
After
opera
all,
star.
She is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before.
Well, they're all different.
Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, like a streamer.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Seems the people of Fontaine really like the Hydro Archon, but they don't appear to revere her.
I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House.
Yeah, you can joke around a little
Who knows how long
about her.
making an appointment will take?
Years.
We could have a look around the maybe
It's
in the
been
meantime-
84 years.
What are you looking over there for?
There's a girl over there. She's been standing alone for quite some time.
Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Prelude of... Let me read it real quick. Prelude of Plancheur and Noirceur. I think I have that cat girl in my inventory somewhere. Or, you know, as one of the potential party members.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? Ah, I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe they're mermaids or fantastical race from
When
Fontaine.
people call the waters around Fontaine a sea, it's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And though I can still see that hill clearly in my memories, now it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
It sounds like they're getting flooded.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine. We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Yep. Because you always steal all my lines.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
These
Seems
two
you were
basically
right,
have the same
Paimon.
name.
We are quite similar.
Linny and Lynette.
So,
Which you can treat
what
as
did
like,
Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is
The
engulfing
little
your
Linny?
memories, and that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
interesting. But what's also interesting is that Lynette is obviously a cat girl, and Linny is wearing a top cat. But I imagine that since they're brother and sister, he's supposed to be a cat boy than himself. And the top hat is concealing his ears. But yeah, regarding this prophecy, so what's happening in Fontaine?
Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Oh, come on.
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Hello, Lini. It's a pleasure to meet you.
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Yeah, it looked like the
Please,
hand
don't take
went somewhere
offense.
else.
Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
So sometimes you shake hands and sometimes you don't.
Right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
Also, Lynette is not talking, and
So
she
you're
didn't
going to
shake our
see Lady
hands.
Farina? No
Are we still
problem
friends
at
with
all.
her?
In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please follow me.
Alright. Wait, does Lini have a tail? It appears not. Or it might be concealed by his tailcoat. And also he has regular ears. So maybe he's not a cat boy after all. Strange.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Hmm. I should turn up the music.
So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Yeah,
As you can
enthusiastic
all see,
reception from 3 people.
Unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Looks like Farina's well informed about our presence.
Is she talking about us?
Maybe. Nobody here seems to be holding a glass.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and
I'm getting
witness
mixed
my
signals here.
authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed signals here. It's like she is simultaneously welcoming us and also like displaying her like power and a little bit of arrogance too. It's like, welcome guys, nice to have you here. Also, you're not no shit compared to my powers. I'm not scared of you. Do whatever the heck you want. Well, finding the Archon was easy enough.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it.
Also, I noticed Farina has differently colored eyes.
But the
Heterochromia,
Hydro
I think
entrance
it's
was,
called.
How should Paimon describe it?
the theatrical.
Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
Just the question I wanted to ask.
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities.
It doesn't
You had
answer the
best
question.
Stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it
Oh, it's
takes
that guy.
is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Feels like she can't get over herself.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then? ...
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow,
Joke's on
I
you,
didn't
but the
expect to
traveler
see
doesn't
Lady
talk.
Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of
Yep.
course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Duel.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Is it time to duel?
Yes, but don't
But
get
that
too
wasn't
excited now.
the goal.
My dear believers
Coming
and
here.
spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land.
Why?
Just as you were hoping to see.
I just want to know the location of my brother, and I'll be on my way.
Are we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Fighting gods have got a resume. With my dull sword.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
What are you
Oh,
trying
no,
to do,
anyway.
traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
I see. People around here seem to be a bit too
Then,
agreeable.
as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
All right.
What the hell?
Now that'll be worth seeing.
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house. It would be a pity not to use it.
Time for Ace Attorney.
Crowd's reactions. Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
We literally just arrived here and we haven't committed any crimes.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
Obvious.
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
No.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows
That law sounds made up.
like she does.
Releasing flying objects the first 3 days of the month?
That? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Yeah, she's
Precisely.
a living
Now,
being.
if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
So in the name of
My
myself.
apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun, but if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny.
Yeah, we should have saved that for
Someone
court.
who's not crazy.
That would have been an easy
Anyone
win.
call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
What does that have to do with anything?
Ta-da! What? What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did Linny do that?
When Linny patted you on the back, he connected the string. Yeah, so I guess that hand motion was actually important.
As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Yeah, I think our objection was that Paimon is not an object. But our defense is now that she hasn't been released.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward
Seems a bit
to seeing
arbitrary.
your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
I'm not sure I jive with her character, but let's see how it develops.
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen.
Yeah.
Never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Yeah, thanks for bailing us out, Linny.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Yeah, confusing is a good way to put it.
Anyway,
I am getting
I had
mixed
no
signals and
idea
she
you were a
feels a bit
magician, Linny.
chaotic.
It sounded
Need
like you'd
more
be
time
performing
to
at the Opera
figure
House,
out the
right?
pattern.
I just know
Or,
a
like,
few
the
simple
reason for
tricks
her
I
being
use to
this
make a
way.
living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine.
Oh wait,
The
I thought
Opera
Lini
House.
and Lynette were brother and sister, but maybe they
Isn't the
aren't,
Opera House
and
where
Lynette is just
criminal
his
trials are held in
assistant.
Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And
Sounds a little
speaking of
problematic.
performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, they are brother and sister.
Sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
I was a bit confused there. But yeah, sure, I would be delighted.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
Is there any way I can help?
You really mean it? Then I'll take you
Yeah,
up
we're
on your
playing the
offer.
hero.
This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Okay. Huh.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
Magic.
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine.
Okay, curious.
It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end,
And sinful
people
means
will
everyone.
all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Yeah, that sounds a bit dour.
That sounds pretty gloomy.
Yeah.
Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, that's a bit presumptuous.
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia.
Celestia is
But
fake.
here in Fontaine, evidence is what
This guy
matters.
doesn't exist.
There hasn't been concrete
It's
evidence
a social
for any of
construct.
these claims,
We made it up.
so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Yeah, it's what Lynette was talking about. But now the water is engulfing our memories. It won't be long before it engulfs us.
Many places have already been
what she
completely
said.
submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Makes sense.
Paimon gets it.
What about the weight?
Preparing for a rainy day.
Okay, yeah, I won't
This is more
think about
than
it that
a
much.
bit of rain.
But if you do think about it a little, even if the sort of the space inside the magic pocket is extremely huge, like the objects that you put in there, they're still gonna weigh something. And it's not like you can't put everything in there and it will just, fit inside this this bag that you can just carry around. You'll still need to haul all that weight. It might become too heavy to carry, even if it's diminutive in size. But anyways, if the prophecy is true, then is there no way to prevent the disaster?
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe.
So we can Archon.
But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Alright. But first, let me up the sound a little bit, because the music was super quiet. Let's make it a 6, and then see how it goes. Maybe a 5 is a bit more appropriate, but we can go up to 6 if we want to.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story.
Another story.
The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me,
but
when water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Not really.
Oh.
We were part of the ocean like millions of years ago. You can't just reverse evolution like that.
You should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Well, maybe not metaphysically.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier.
I mean, you wouldn't know what we look like.
A magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything.
No, that's
I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please.
That's correct.
Also thank the magician on my
I would
behalf
agree with that.
when you get the chance.
Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. But also not over-prepare.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now.
Well,
I'd really rather not.
Yeah, me neither, but like, if that's the situation that you find yourself in, your choice is, you know, survive or perish, then it's not really a choice. But I like the captain's name, Galathy.
The magic pockets?
That sounds nice.
That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some interesting opinions.
Yeah, no kidding. Many were quite stubborn.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Yes, the normalcy bias is at play.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
People believe that things will stay the way they are right now.
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
Makes sense.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
Okay. Let's go have a look.
maritime flowers.
Okay, then let me put Mona into the party.
This is destiny.
Barbara could probably work too, but might as well use Mona. Just jumping out is of the water walk is enough. We can collect some extra. They're probably a material that you can use somewhere. But in case we fight, let me put the boy back in. Like Konosuba. Actually, Konosuba is one of the animes that I really enjoyed.
For justice.
It was super fun.
Time to...
But Genshin is Genshin, and party composition is everything.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here.
Cool.
Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No
Bruh.
way. I'm in power saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Fine.
Bit of a
Though
fair
the
point.
performance is still a long way off.
Also, how
Now
did
that
they
we're
collect them?
finished here,
If
we should get
collecting
ready to
flowers
head
requires
back to the
hydro,
Port of
and
Fontaine.
Lini has the pyro
Going to the
power,
Port of Fontaine before we head
and
to the
Lynette
Opera House?
is an animo character.
Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
The food.
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch
That's
her
actually true.
movements carefully.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
Leave it to me.
Alright, let's
We
go.
can ride the elevator. But yeah, interesting how we're getting distracted pretty frequently. It's like we want to find information about our missing brother, but the Archon challenges us to a court duel, so we agree. But on the way to the court duel, we run into a magician and his sister, and they invite us to help them prepare for their show, and we agree. And while preparing for it, we spot a thief, and so we decide to catch them. and now we're doing that, and so we are like 2 or 3 side stories in, or side quests deep. Distraction upon distraction upon distraction. And it can be a while until we get to our actual original intended goal.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait.
Oh, and she's right behind us.
Oh,
The thief girl.
isn't that her?
Get ready to stop her.
Oh no, did she notice us? She started running the other direction. What should we do? Should we chase her?
Our job is to block this path. The rest is up to Lini.
You're right.
This is the only escape path. The other one leads to the balcony, and there's no way out other than jumping.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief.
Oh, now it seems there's no reason for us to stay here. Let's go find Lini.
Yeah, let's go.
But wouldn't Lini come find us? If everything went fine? Oh, it's waiting for the boat. Alright. So it's like if you send the boat away and don't get on in time, you can TP it back in. Is the idea to go back down? No.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
Interesting.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lini twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lini?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You can reschedule.
You're right. Sorry, Lynette.
But yeah.
I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated.
Lini is
But
not
at
a
least
cop,
we were
but
able to
it's
get
not
the
in his
stolen
job
items
description
back,
to
so it wasn't a
go
complete
around
failure.
doing vigilante
Slippery
justice.
little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lini's initiative paid off.
That's true.
All right, let's put this little
The stolen
detour
things
behind
got
us.
returned. I
We
guess
should go
that's
to the court of
the
Fontaine
more
now.
important part. And if we know what the thief looks like, then we'll be able to find them. But yeah, it's like, I wonder about the sort of the way it plays out, because the thief would have to run this way, and then we would be able to spot them. Otherwise, they'd have to like jump, and I don't think that's. I don't think everyone has a paraglider or wings. So the logistics don't make complete sense to me, but I can bear with the story.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around. People in Fontaine really know how to use water.
Yeah.
This is an aqua bus.
As
It
if we
allows
were
people to travel
in the
between
Water
several key
Kingdom.
locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
Yeah, imagine
You mean
commuting.
it's still boring, even when I'm riding with you.
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
I don't know.
Whatever.
It sounds like they have a bit of a
That's
strange
being older
relationship.
brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Huh?
What? Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte!
We met her before? Charlotte.
Oh, I never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aquabus. In the story of my life, this is big news. What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the
Did we run into her in Sumero?
As travelers, we're
In
always
Sumero,
on the
sorry.
move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming.
Sorry.
So, we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends!
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's a small world.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House.
Oh,
You can
sounds
still
like
manage
Chris.
to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
That would definitely get my attention, but that's not really the kind of news you're after.
You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
Yeah, it sounds a bit nefarious. Or
That's
not a
right.
bit.
The
Sounds
first
nefarious.
missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago.
20.
And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found.
It's
Many
actually scary.
suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Yeah, it could be that there's more people involved. Or maybe there's
Yes,
copycats.
possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Copycats.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
Yeah, that's a bit of a morbid thought. You continue talking on the Aquabus, and before you know it, you're arriving at your destination. If there is a break in the dialogue, it might be a good point for me to go and grab a refill on my side.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
I wonder if we can step inside the Aquabus. It looks like the interior is inaccessible. There's a door in the side, but I don't think you can climb in.
really enjoyed chatting with you.
How do we get off?
Pleasant
Isn't it supposed to turn around so that we can descend the stairs?
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
Ah, I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Alright, see you around,
Okay.
Charlotte.
Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya.
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
After the Archon quest.
Job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Exactly.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
I guess we're getting a city tour. Maybe? Or maybe we're just getting teleported to Lynn's house. Lini's house. Sorry. It's been a while since we had control of our character. Go to where Lini is. Alright. In just a second. In the meantime, let me go grab a refill. And I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's collect some achievements while we're at it. Can't say no to the waifu points. And we get something from the Adventurer's book. Encounter points stage rewards. Huh? Oh, we can go claim the rewards for daily commissions, even though we haven't completed any.
Add Astra. Thank you for completing today's
Huh? But we didn't complete anything.
Add Astra.
Oh, there's a new quest. Let's not start it for now. Let's come back later. Also want to unlock the TP points, probably. Oh.
Huh?
And they stumble into another quest.
Who's your friend and what are they chatting about?
Be pleased with the cherry on top, Charlotte. Journalist extraordinaire. Please tell me you're joking. I read that a gang of criminals tricked the Gardamex by disguising themselves as blubber beasts. It's true, isn't it? It has to be. I've invested all my savings into graph adversarial technology and even taken out a sizable bank loan. I'm begging you like the beggiest beggar in all of begdom.
Yeah, this sounds over the top.
Calm down a little, Miss Lapine Pauline.
Lapine
I admire your
Pauline.
passion for your research, and I don't mean to dash your hopes for those, big-ticket orders. But I'm afraid I'm not joking. The Blubber Beast incident was a short story mailed to us by an anonymous amateur author, written in the style of a true story.
Amateur author? Short story?
It sounds like they're just discussing a story, but why does this Miss Lapine Pauline seem so distressed?
Because it sounds like they don't distinguish much between truth and story.
The editing team was debating the potential risk of misleading the public with this story.
Mm-hmm.
They even went to Maison Gardiennage for advice. But to our surprise, they
Gardiennage.
fully supported us printing it. They figured that the false intel would be a great way to dupe potential criminals into wearing ridiculous costumes when breaking the law. In truth, Gardamex are extremely sophisticated in their capabilities. They can identify criminals just as reliably as the best human guards, so a crude disguise isn't gonna get you far. If anything, it'll just make you
Can we
stand out
find
all the more.
similar
Since we
guards,
ran that story, the
mecha
Maison
guards
Gardiennage has
outside
made
the
a
city?
slew of arrests, including, one phantom blubber beast, a titanic red crown finch, and a specter man. So I knew this story had helped out law enforcement, but this is the first time I'm learning of an innocent citizen being deceived by it, and investing so much Mora for nothing.
Yep.
Uh-oh. She really sounds like she's in pain. Paimon
Well,
thinks we
even
should
if it
just
was a
ask
white
Charlotte
lie,
what's going
it
on.
still has repercussions.
Hey, Charlotte.
Traveler, Paimon, it's you!
Hey,
I was in the area taking some photos for a
Mushy.
story when I got to talking to Miss Lapine Pauline about her research. She read an article in the Steenbird about a criminal who evaded Gardamex detection by disguising themselves as a blubber beast.
yeah, we gathered as much.
Inspired by this story, she spent a lot of Mora researching counter-criminal image recognition technology. Her aim was to improve Fontaine's public security by developing a device that could enhance Gardamex target recognition capabilities.
I mean, it should
She
still
was
be
hoping
helpful.
I could write an article to spread awareness about image recognition technology. She even paid me for the article and gave me one of her prototype devices before I could get a word in. But unfortunately, it was just a fictional story, and her efforts and aspirations were all in vain. I tried to let her down gently, but she's finding it all very hard to accept.
This is a new situation for us, too.
Yeah. But won't the tech help
Such a pity.
anyways?
It seems like the author was only trying to make the story interesting, and the Maison Gardiennage only had Fontaine's best interest in mind.
Yeah, I wouldn't say she's a victim of a misunderstanding, but more like a victim of circumstance.
Miss Lapine Pauline, what are you doing?
I'm gonna pick a fight with a Gardamex, head to the opera at Biclez, and get a one-way ticket to the Fortress of Meropide. That way, I won't have to repay my debts. It's the only way I can afford to keep on living.
Whoa, there's no need to go that far. I mean, come on, look at you. You wouldn't even dent the Gardamex armor. In all likelihood, they'd only hold you up at the Maison Gardiennage for a few days before letting you out, and then you'd still have to repay your debts. Actually, instead of going into the technicalities of that, how much did you actually invest? How bad can it really be?
270,000 Mora.
Okay, well, escaping to the Fortress of Meropide over a sum like that seems like a last resort. Surely there must be other options.
Yeah, in fact, I might have that much money in my pocket at the moment.
To the Fontaine Research Institute before that blew to pieces, and now I'm just a small-time engineer. I scraped together some savings over the past few years,
Her mouth
but I
isn't
put
moving.
every last Mora into this project, and now I'm left with nothing. It's not just my savings that are gone. It's my whole future as a graph adversarial technology specialist and my dreams of becoming a billionaire one day.
Yeah.
My life is over.
Don't despair,
Speaking
Miss
of
Lapine Pauline.
due
I think I know a way
diligence.
for you to turn this around.
For making a huge investment like that, better
Prototype you've given me,
fact-checked
the
everything
camera lens for
several
image
times over
recognition
to be
sample
sure.
collection. It's really quite something. You said you designed it specifically for high-fidelity image capture and analysis, yes? The rapid focal length adjustment is a very useful function in its own right. It's sure to make many journalists' jobs much easier. In fact, I'd say it has the potential to revolutionize Fontaine's news media. So your research efforts thus far are by no means in vain.
Exactly.
The technology you've developed may have many applications that you've never even considered.
Exactly.
Really?
Totally.
Absolutely. I've been working as a journalist for the Steambird for a long time now. No one understands the issues we journalists face on a day-to-day basis better than me. So keep calm, take heart, and start thinking about mass production.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, I'll show your invention to all my colleagues to drum up interest in your product.
I can't believe it! If this is true, then I can look into setting up a whole camera lens development pipeline. My big-ticket orders and billionaire aspirations are still in the cards.
Exactly.
Maybe I should consider taking out another loan. That way, I can rapidly improve the lens production process.
Weren't you left with nothing?
And prepare to battle for dominance in the camera industry.
Come on, stop daydreaming about your pipelines for a minute. Just take it one step at a time and see how it goes. There's no sense in putting all your eggs in one basket before things are even off the ground.
Yeah, repay, at least repay your first step first. And then you can think about expansion. Yeah, being overly ambitious might come back to bite you, and slow and steady wins the race.
And I can probably speak to some people I know and license my image recognition device to a workshop to raise some funds. I can't believe I didn't think of this sooner. There's no time to lose. I need to get to work. Early bird gets the worm.
Yeah, be first, be smart, or cheat.
Paimon's pretty sure our advice went in one ear and out the other.
It's understandable. When inspiration and
Understandable.
passion strike at the same time, it's
Have a
often
nice
easy
day.
to throw yourself headfirst into your work and forget about everyone around you. A lot of journalists are the same way when they're first starting out. But don't you worry. I'm gonna
Nothing
write
wrong
an
with
article
passion.
on all this, and I'll be checking in on her
Just
regularly.
need to not let the emotions overwhelm you.
Her
To
research
take
has
over
the
the
potential to
decision
benefit
making.
the entire journalistic community. I'll give her plenty of input to stop her from going down any rabbit holes, and make sure mass production of her lens can begin as soon as possible.
It's reassuring to know that you'll be looking out for her, Charlotte.
Oh, Charlotte.
Actually, you know what? Why don't you two take this prototype lens? I'm sure you'll have plenty of chances to use it on your travels. It takes the right person to get the most out of a new technology. In your hands, it's sure to capture some amazing sights.
Thanks a lot, Charlotte. What a nice surprise.
Yeah.
I'm just curious about what you guys were talking about. Totally didn't expect to get a free gift out of it.
Yeah, me neither. I thought that marketing it around the office would have been a better strategy, business-wise.
News story. The boundaries between real news reports and news-like fiction must not be blurred, even when there's a compelling justification for doing so. Yes, that's how I'll phrase it to the editors when I give them my feedback. Let's hope we don't mislead any more well-meaning citizens in the future.
Let's. Special Analysis Zoom Lens. Gadget. After activating the Special Analysis Zoom Lens through the inventory or the gadget shortcut bar, you can use your camera to use a special photo taking function. After Charlotte activates this gadget, the original effects of framing, freezing point, compositions, hold mode cannot take effect, but you can use special methods to take photos. I guess we can equip it. Sure. But yeah, I think we should really go to where Lini is, because I think we got distracted from the distraction that took us off course from the Archon quest. That means we won't be completing it as quickly as I had hoped originally. But yeah, I'm guessing it's an extra story quest. Oh, we can claim a key. All right. Yeah, we need chapter 4, arc 4 for all the Fontaine characters. Alrighty then. There's a TP point over here somewhere. In the camera location. It seems to be even deeper in, so... Court of the Dew Springs. Actually, going here is a little faster. Yeah, I went on a bit of a detour. Snack shop manager. Oh, a bunch of recipes. Sure. And yeah, I was sitting on like a million more, so I could have paid off the debts. Fish and chips. Pâte de fruits. Pâte de fruits. Here's the house.
This is our current abode.
Yeah, the city's quite large. I like it.
Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
That's a mood.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Heya.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny sure seems to have a big family.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
The animation seems
What is
delayed.
it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
Maybe streaming and playing at the same time doesn't work as well for me. That's alright, you go ahead. I'll give you the space and privacy to discuss things.
Okay, I see.
So maybe they aren't
Is everything alright?
biological brothers and sisters.
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Then it starts raining.
Greetings. Mushy mushy.
How's life? Good, good, thank you. How are you doing? I'm just here.
Looks like rain.
The game's really chugging. True. I guess streaming and playing at the same time is a bit problematic, but it is what it is.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here.
I'm in the middle of the Archon quest.
Held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
It's a lot of talking, and then a little bit of walking, then a bunch of talking again.
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe.
Honestly, it's fine.
It said that a dragon of water
Genshin broke me around here. What do you mean by that?
Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
You quit like 2 quests after. I see.
My mother told me that if I wanted to go
Much
outside
text
and
and walking.
play, I should yell
True.
to the sky
I mean,
at the top of
not
my
enough
lungs.
games. Yeah, the pacing seems to be not the best, for not the strong side of Genshin. But for me, it's okay so far because I haven't played it in months. Didn't have to deal with the quests and everything. People say the story's great. I mean, so far it seems okay. The setup is a little contrived, but it can work. I can see it going places. Rather also have a game to go along with it. True. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. Another one of the elemental dragons of T5. But yeah, the game side and the questing side are a little disconnected.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Hmm? It's not working.
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It
That's
might
a
be
little
because
cold.
we've never met the Hydro Dragon.
But yeah, in terms of the
Perhaps it
game,
can't be comforted by
I
the
know that
works
I
of
can
strangers.
almost always take a break. I have a bunch of resin condensed and a bunch of resin just in the store. I can go back,
It rained for longer than I suspected.
you know,
Oh, it's already getting late.
and play some elemental reaction somewhere.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
But yeah, it is certainly, it certainly won't be
Yeah,
related to
some
the Archon quest.
preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to
They're
find
not
a way
adding
to
some
catch
flavor.
the last
Yeah.
aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Yeah, sounds good. You go ahead, Lini. See you at the performance.
Are you leaving now?
But yeah,
What
the
is it,
characters
Finley? I'm
seem
in
to
a
be quite well defined this time.
Get it? You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the
Beaumont.
owner there. I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Yeah, what's with people being not very communicative around
Sorry
here?
for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Hmm.
No
The
need.
French?
This'll be a walk in the park for us.
And? I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. Oh, it just streamer blind.
My illustrious name.
Game really chugging. I mean, at least I don't have a browser open on the side, because on Friday evening I was playing with my own music on the side, and the frame rate was really bad. I want to turn down graphics. This is minimal graphics, brother. I'm sorry to say, but there's literally nothing I can do other than lowering the resolution. I mean, I guess you can do that. The city is highly dangerous? Yeah, because I am kind of low level. Okay, let's see. I mean, I can go 800 by 600. Sure, let's go. Is it still rendering? Yes. I can put it in the middle. Now, I would prefer a 16 by 9 resolution, but we can meme. I can also stretch this thing. I'm not sure how nice this is gonna look. But like this works. Kind of. How's this? It's difficult for me to see things, but it certainly seems smoother. Blurry is better than choppy. I mean, kinda, yeah. Prefer this. Wonderful. Alright, so then in the future, just let me know if there's any other changes I can make. So, like, for example, if you prefer me to like change the layout and move things about a little, then I could do that as well. Oh, also something I remembered. There was a quest we could pick up with Catherine. And she had something to say.
Ad Astra Abyssal.
Why does Catherine look so stressed out? This adventure didn't pass the review either. I wonder what's wrong. Did someone not pass the guild review? Ah, the Traveler. I'm afraid this isn't really a guild affair. Oh, it's on autoplay. I love how the city is dangerous. Yeah, like, literally every location is dangerous, and you, like, come into Liyue, and it's dangerous. You come into Mondstadt, and it's dangerous. It's a new way to the commission. Oh, this is. Alright. I'm sure you've heard that the full name of the Fontaine Research Institute is Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering. Before the explosion. Explosion! It was the technological center of the entire court of Fontaine. I think I've heard of it before. That's what it's called on the map. Regular folk here can just beat rune guards with their hands. Excuse me? So like the robots that walk around the city and take me for a criminal, they could beat up bosses from the Mondstadt area. Or from Liyue. Sounds about right. Fontaine is built different. It's just the hatred that fuels them is so strong.
Paimon remembers. Someone named Edwin made a mistake, and there was an explosion at the Fontaine Research Institute, right?
Yeah, being born in Fontaine means you're born level 70.
Commission from a place that blew up once. Sounds dangerous.
That is true. According to the Fontaine Research Institute, the commission is rather difficult, and not for just anyone. So those who want to give it a try must go to the specified location to undergo a series of qualification reviews. They must prepare their own documents and certifications. Is a Mondstadt flying lessons acceptable? As an addendum, yes. They actually have a list of documents that you must bring. The list includes your current and previous adventure handbooks, your commissions from the last 80 days, and more. Some of them even require stamps from the Maison Question. And that's not all. Even if adventurers have all the documents and proofs ready and arrive at the specified location to be reviewed, they will not be able to accept the commission if they fail just one item of the qualification review. If the adventurer is not willing to accept the other work arrangements, then they will be rejected. That sounds really strict. Yes, a lot of them went excitedly, only to return angry. This commission has become so infamous that no one wants to be reviewed anymore. Now I'm kind of interested. That sounds challenging. You want to be reviewed? That would be a huge help. Don't get too excited. Thank you for lending the guild your aid. Please wait here while I get all the required documents ready for you. Do you have a pen? Oh, don't worry. I'll go get a few bottles of ink. A few bottles? Is one not enough? Yeah, Robot Catherine is just gonna go to work. I can't say, but don't worry. I'm very familiar with these documents, so just follow my instructions. First, one proof of your adventure qualifications, 1 30-day travel history, and 1 registration of past and current adventure handbook serial numbers. Now for your commission history, income statement, commission evaluations, commission statistics, and average positive ratings. For your resume, fill in your habitual residence, contact address, contact information, emergency contact, your current name, names you've used in the past, any pseudonyms, any aliases you have in use when you don't want to conceal your identity. Now you have to sign the good faith commitment, a notice of liability, a notice of obligation, and a notice of exemptions on information release for legal purposes. And my writing hand is tired from just listening to the list of documents. Yeah. With Catherine's help, you start filling out the forms. Alternating between hesitance and doubt, you use up bottle after bottle of ink, but the stack of forms also gradually shrinks. As you finish the last form, both Catherine and you breathe a sigh of relief. I'd have wanted another monologue. What kind? It's just that recently I had to deal with a bunch of papers too, and like, You can't imagine how draining it is to like collect the correct documents and bring them in, and if something is missing, you have to go again. It's a nightmare. Finally, so this commission's complete then. It hasn't even started. Yeah, papers are all and then papers in game. Papers, please. Exactly what I look for when I want to unwind. Yeah, papers, please is just the game. Paimon didn't think this commission would be so troublesome, but if we don't go to the review, then we wasted our time. Well then, we'll leave this commission to you. Haven't even passed the qualification review yet. You'll be fine, I believe. As the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild, I know what you're capable of. Fontaine Research Institute rejects you, then there's no one else in Fontaine who can take this commission. I'll mark the location on the map. Go there and find someone named Desnus, who is stationed there, and will guide you. Think again, you've done the guild a huge favor. If possible, I'd prefer to not have to stamp a single adventure qualification more. The way this is going, I'm going to wear the stamp out. Oof. Yeah, sounds rough. Anyways, we want to go back to the quest, I guess. Though we've done a bunch of talking, maybe I just want to do something else for a change. Like, I have a bunch of resin. And I have a bunch of condensed resin. And I have a bunch of extra resin. It's just that I'm not sure what I want to spend it on. Maybe like some of the weekly bosses. But then what do we get? What do they give on Sunday? I mean, I guess I'll take anything for the characters that I'm using. But then the weekly bosses will be way too powerful for my current characters. So maybe I should go farm some books. But yeah, let's just listen to the dialogue.
Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are.
Yep.
They're for making...
We're picking up odd jobs out the kindness of our heart, even though we're supposed to be looking for a brother, which requires interacting with the Hydro Archon and participating in a court case. But to get there, we also need to help Lini and Lynette with preparing for the stage play, and then they distract us with chasing after a thief or collecting some materials for some workshop. And so on and so on. Okay, do we need to pay?
No need. They've already
at NPCs and rather internet?
When they told me what
How
they
so?
were using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run.
Seems friendly, if anything.
It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Wow.
Friendly, open.
Is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows?
Are you looking for work or just want to chat with me? I mean, I guess the intonation, the tone, makes the difference. Says that to a random person that approaches you as you work. I mean, it's an interesting way to put it, or an interesting way of phrasing, but like, I can see it happening.
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically,
though it does imply some interest, true.
Use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Indemnitium.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Trials produce indemnity.
Well, I'm not.
Yeah, mostly it'd be like,
sure
how can I help you, or
myself,
what work do you want?
When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in
I'm too
justice
sleepy.
and converts it into energy to be
Yeah,
used
that's
all
fine.
around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is?
I get what you mean.
Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Well, Venti and Nahida both said the gods rely on belief to obtain power.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro
Can hear
Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created
Oritus
by
without the
belief
meme.
and turn it into
What meme?
power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way
Oritis
before,
mécanique
it
d'analyse
sounds like it makes sense.
cardinale.
Besides
No,
Infinity, we
that
have
is
another
the
type of
the
energy
judgment
called
machine
Lucia.
that they use in
It isn't
Fontaine. That
produced
one I'm
by the
familiar
power
with,
of the
but I
Archon,
don't know what the
but
meme
it
is about.
unstable by nature. Even now,
Because
it still cannot
yeah,
be
I haven't
widely
played
used by
Genshin in months,
civilians.
and also simultaneously I wasn't following the social media. So yeah, I've never heard of the meme though.
Few words with me.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month?
Confrérie.
Hounding me now.
Yeah.
So this is a shake-up with protection money or something.
I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Huh?
Brother.
You.
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Alright, sounds like a usual case of someone owing somebody else money. Don't we jump into...
Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
Tartaglia is here.
If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
Child's a Giga-chan.
From Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
TikTok ruined it.
Traveler,
I see.
I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too.
I mean...
What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Yeah, we sure seem to have run into a lot of friends today. For sure.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now. And honestly, things have been pretty boring.
If I didn't know any
But it
better, I'd
seems
say you
that
were
fate
following us.
brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look
And
at
trouble
it,
excites you.
seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we
Does
would
really like
avoid
us.
anything
I mean,
that you'd find interesting.
Child is one of
Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so
the highlights
far.
for me.
Right, Trevor?
He has a wonderful character with a great concept behind it, and also very well executed in the story too. And then his personal quest is also a hit with me. I don't mind a little excitement every now and then.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends?
Yes.
Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Oh, you don't want
I
this.
just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said,
Hey! That's way over the line!
Yeah, that was quite condescending.
boys,
Yeah, absolutely.
let's see who has to
Like,
pay
these
up
guys are
now.
overstepping.
Can you at least let me finish one sentence?
Yeah, regular thugs.
Fine. Though the bank told me not to get
No
rough
class.
with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Yeah, okay, sure.
I'm sure this won't take long.
Do you get to play as Child? You can now play as Luigi. Oh yes. Let's go.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Damn, easy. Finally some gameplay. Lasts 1 minute. If that.
Strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank. Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Now's my chance!
Yeah, Chell doesn't need weapons.
Huh. That was weird.
Yeah, like the Hydra Archon yoinking powers or something? What just happened?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen?
This is actually intriguing.
I've ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
You'd better not use your delusion too often. Yeah, we all know what happens if you do.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Hope it's not the delusion talking.
Control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
So about this power, do you have any idea where it came
I
from?
can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly
That's a
all
strange
of
thing
my
to
abilities.
mention, or not mention.
The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk.
Skirk.
She was always quiet and very mysterious.
I love the options that are
Nobody
just
knew
one
where she
sentence.
came from
I mean,
or what she had been through.
I kind of
Teaching me combat techniques.
noticed it and got used to
One
it.
time,
It's
I
that
asked her why she
sort
was
of...
willing to take me on
This
as
game
her
doesn't have
apprentice.
choices.
From what I
You
can
have
make of her
dialogue
answer,
options,
it
but they
was
are usually just
I
the
had
same
awakened
option,
it,
phrased differently.
and traces of
And doesn't
it
lead to different
remained on me.
outcomes.
She said that all
So
my
as long as you
combat
accept that
training would
both
be
of them are
useful
the
in
continue
future.
button, you're fine.
What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale?
Would that be related to you being underwater?
Fought against you before. You summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
No, it seems very powerful. Drawing on your emotions and imagination is one of the sort of most powerful things you can do. To push yourself to the limit and beyond. It's very possible that the power inside you is connected to your incident in the abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master?
Gotta go into sleep. Yeah, it's all good.
You make it sound so easy.
It was nice of
Ever
you to
since
drop
the
by.
incident I experienced there,
Hopefully the upcoming section
I've never
doesn't break
stopped
you because it's a
searching for
lot of
Master
text.
Skirk and that unknown abyss.
We'll see, but I'll
it's
stay
been years
positive
now,
and
I've
I'll
still
keep in
found
mind
nothing. There isn't even a trace
what's to
of the
come.
place where I remember falling into the abyss.
But yeah, good luck, have fun, and good night. Take care,
Like some kind of ghost
and hope to see you around.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can
Bye.
do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
Yeah, maybe we should get going too.
Work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Sounds interesting.
Champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist.
Wow.
The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point.
Wow.
So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial.
Also,
and the worst case scenario
battered
is
up.
that you're simply killed in the duel.
Yeah.
Though it's rumored that Fontaine
Grim.
has a death penalty. From what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death.
That's also an
So
interesting
really,
bit of trivia.
the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
Makes sense.
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win.
Hmm.
Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides,
Yes, it's more
none
cosmetic.
of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine.
Oh.
Apparently,
Child
the
the
one I'm meeting
duelist.
today, Clarende, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Mm.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Cloran. Huh.
When we met the Hydro Archon.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
What?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to.
Interesting.
You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
It's cheeky. I like it. And Child is a wonderful character.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
Under Paimon's enthusiastic leadership, you walk all around the court of Fontaine.
Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
Hey, don't blurt it out, Paimon. It's rude to spoil the mystery for everyone else.
Sorry.
Unless they're okay with it.
Surprise, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing.
Never thought I'd see the day when Paimon would enjoy reading. Do you have any idea how long we're loitering here?
Here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but
Yep.
Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
You already spoiled who the murderer is.
Sorry about that.
That's usually
Paimon will be
the
more careful
draw
next time.
of page turners.
Shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Lenny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going. Lenny said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aquabus.
Oh, it wants us to ride the Aquabus again. Alright. But before we do that, maybe we should go and do some fighting. Maybe I should do a little bit of that. I have some things to pick up from the crafter. I mean, I can also go mine some ores. That might also be necessary for all the crafting that I want to do with the weapons. But I don't think the increasing the rank of the weapons is that important. Claim everything. Yeah, we've claimed some before, so this is basically 40. Do I actually want to spend this? Like, for example, if I want more white blinds, I need more of this luminous crystal, more of these crystal chunks. For Amenoma, I need the billets. And for Mappa Mare, I will also need more chunks. And I will need cores for this thing. And so what do refinements do? This increases energy regeneration. That's actually helpful. Triggering an elemental reaction grants a 10% elemental damage bonus for 10 seconds. And that goes up. Interesting. Maybe I can go farm these. I'll need more of them anyways. If I'm spending all of my chains on improving the Favge and the sack bow, or the sack sword and the Favge warbow, then I'll need some more. Start. What was the recommendation again? Cold, fire, and electricity. I mean, maybe this team will do just fine. You never know. Yeah, like, if all of these are Hydra, we just do Hyper Bloom and everything is dead.
Yeah. I see everything.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Oh, the cooldown on our abilities. That hurts. And the sack sword on Shincho doesn't help. Because he's Hydra. Oh, this is the last enemy, so... Oh, no, there's this. And there's that other guy. Get me out of here. Please! Yeah, the power of Hyper Bloom. I think this works. Let's spend the condensed resin. Oops, did I just... I closed the game on accident. Yikes, my bad. Let me restart it. Mistakes were made. I hope that the result still goes through. and I get the rewards from the domain. Otherwise, it's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, I guess technical break. But yeah, in the meantime, you can let me know how you feel about the Archon quest so far. And if you have any recommendations for the domains or the challenges that I should do to improve my current party. I imagine that most of the improvement can come from farming for better artifacts, but it's not the most fun that you can have playing the game. So I really don't want to go back to farming artifacts. It really kills all the fun from playing the game. And logging in every day just to do commissions to spend resin. It's you're certainly interacting with the game, but I wouldn't really call it fun gameplay per se. So yeah, now loading in. And at the end of the day, it seems that if I have the correct characters, then I'm still doing fairly decent against the enemies that I'm facing. I also don't remember if I'm at the maximum difficulty world level or not. I don't recall if I lowered it or if I kept it the same. That might make a bit of a difference. But yeah, I know for sure that I think I struggle with Najdeha on max difficulty. That's for sure. Or Ajdaha. what's with the N? Yeah, maybe should have cut Shincho and Noel. Yeah, let's just use all our abilities. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Now we can bloom / hyper bloom both of them. That should save us a lot of time. Nahili is not feeling so great. I guess next run we can switch to Noel or something. For all the healing. No, we still had 5 condensed resin, so it just didn't go through. I guess you have to click on like accept or leave, and only then you get the rewards. That might be it. But yeah, let me heal up super quick. And then we can come back and go again. Though maybe I want to go for the Bix instead. Yeah, because like, suppose I want to level up Fischl. Okay, we're level 69 and a half. And if we want to ascend, for instance, we'd need a bunch of materials that we don't have. I mean, I can go farm up those, I guess. The character level doesn't determine much. It's more about the weapon, if I recall correctly. But yeah, I'm guessing going back to this domain is not the worst idea. Palace Dilemma. I get bullied by a boar.
By royal decree, know my sword. Witness the power.
Is the mage also in the fight or not? It's very hard to tell.
Rain outlines your fate.
This may hurt a little.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Yeah, superconduct works.
Know my sword.
Yeah, sure. You're welcome. But yeah, now we'll need to find the quest again. Start. Maybe my freeze comp would be a bit more appropriate here. Oh, we can switch that for the next clear. Like, look at this hyper bloom. I think Fischl's attacks are occasionally... I'm gonna bubble. Ouchie. Ouchie, ouch. Fischl's attacks are occasionally enhanced with electricity, I think.
The Temple of Wisdom. I see everything.
But yeah, we're getting wrecked a bit.
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day.
Or maybe I'm just hurting myself with the hyper bloom. That could also be a thing, if I recall correctly. But also, maybe I just need to dodge the enemy's attack a bit better. But yeah, I imagine if I want to do some progression in the future, I'll need to go around farming some materials from the mobs in the overworld. Like the cores from the robot monsters. Or the tsubas from the samurais.
Let's light it up.
Don't get frostbite. Cool it.
We got caught. Okay, time for teamwork.
Sakura swirl.
Yeah, the heals from Bennett should be very helpful. But the cooldown is real.
Take flight.
Oh, so sorry.
Yeah, we can give it to Pepper. And there's nothing you can do here. Oh, we can push them into bubbles. That may actually be helpful. That one homed on me. There's nothing I could have done.
Freeze!
Yeah, Pyro counters Hydra.
Off we go.
Something with Vaporize and Reverse Vaporize. This went well. I wasn't paying attention to the timing, so it may or may not have been faster than the other run. Alright, let's go.
This moment will be frozen in time. Dodge this!
Everybody stand back. Let's light it up. Yeah. Nice and spicy. Hey, yeah. My apologies. Tuh, yeah. Yeah. Huh, tuh, tuh, huh. Tuh, tuh, huh.
Frozen midair. I wish you could see the cooldowns on the skills as well as the cooldowns on the bursts. Kind of makes somewhat of a difference.
Embrace the ice.
Okay, that was a miss. But we have Pyronada. Most of it got wasted, but it's fine.
Oh, so sorry.
Ayaka is our strongest auto attacker, I think. Boom. But yeah, let me see. What level is Ayaka? 79 out of 80. And
A blade embraces
yeah,
its duty.
the
As a jeweler cherishes
the
their
cold
gems.
stones were the bottleneck as far as I remember. Because like I have all of the Hoarfrost cores, for example, but I don't have enough cryo cores, I guess. It's like you need to overfarm bosses in terms of the level up material, but you don't get enough gems. Which kind of sucks. Let's see, who else is cryo? Lele is cryo, but you need to fight Drakes, I guess? And Drakes can give you like a mixture. Yeah, like there's way too many characters. Yeah, leveling up these is also kind of important. Anyways, maybe this is enough fighting for now, and we can just go teleport somewhere, like back to the city. And there we can convert a bit more resin, and then just go back into the quest. And listen to some more of the dialogue and everything. Oh, we have our tall mail this time. Okay, there should be a crafting station somewhere. Here. Let's condense the resins. And yeah, this is enough for the daily resin consumption. The more the merrier. But this is our destination, I think. Let me double check that we are on the Archon quest. Yeah, like, who needs these dailies? Or we can come back to them later. Let's see where the story takes us.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera Epiclese. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it.
The graphics. That's what this is really all about.
Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
I don't understand.
Vache.
Vache? Huh?
What's wrong?
Someone is in my head again.
Vache.
Did you just say something, Paimon? That wasn't Paimon's voice.
Are you hearing things?
Strange. Whose voice was that just now?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
Then we had a run-in with Child, and then we went to a domain. So that took us some time, but now we're here. By the way, Lynette, I seem to hear a faint voice just now.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
It seemed as if the voice was coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
And something like that happened in Sumeru as well.
I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
Yeah, but you're Animo, not Hydro.
Because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
Someone lives in the fountain.
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait,
What does that have to do with anything?
what does that have to do with anything?
Exactly.
Just answer me. When do you cry?
when sad?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
Huh, that's an interesting explanation. I'm not sure whether I buy it though. Yeah, that sounds a bit like a bit of a stretch. Seems to be calling out someone's name.
If you were hearing their emotions,
Vashi.
then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first.
What do you mean?
Don't let that calm
Just
look of
the
his
performance?
fool you.
Or
He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny
I see.
might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
I see.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
I thought something else was up, but being nervous before the performance is natural. But yeah, my theory is that someone, maybe one of the previous Hydra Archons, lives in the fountain, like the spirit is there. I missed the thing just there. Offerings to the fountain. Is that something we can make, or? It seems as if it unlocked some sort of a... The tradition of throwing coins into springs and making wishes come from the Fontaine of Lucine. Has been listening to the wishes of Fountainians for many a long year. Fountain of Lucine max level increased. What do you mean by that? Can we, like, talk to the fountain? Or make an offering or something? Is it the Sink of Mora? Oh, we totally can interact with it. Okay. Small cutscene, please. You can throw the Hydra sigils you obtained across Fontaine into the Fountain of Lucine outside the Opera Epiclese to raise its level and obtain valuable rewards. Okay. Cool. Oh, I guess the first interaction happened automatically. And then we got level 2 as well. Alright. Not bad. Enter the Opera House. The spectacle awaits.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
Yep.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets.
We get the best seats. But I'm remembering a quote from Jin. From League.
The Opera House has a
I get nervous before every performance. But I need that feeling.
And here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Linny.
Front row is not always
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep
the
thinking.
most comfy. I need to raise our heads
Lenny,
up
Could
so
you come
high.
over here and take a look at this?
Simon
right
Cowell
there.
is here.
Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cowell, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Sure, let's get busy.
Let's just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Go to the seats that Lenny arranged. Do I want to explore a little bit? Oh, we can enter through here. We're on the balcony, or among the upper seats. There are also balconies on the sides. Interesting arrangement. I can't seem to climb over there, but we could have walked if we entered from the side. Can we get onto the stage? No. At least we don't get a chance for now.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
But the opera theater is empty for now. Dot dot dot. Except for one person. Is that Neuvillette? Dot dot dot. Awkward moment.
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Well, you're up, Paimon. Isn't that usually your job?
Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk, but, what should we talk about?
This is getting even more awkward.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
But,
It is an honor to meet you two.
very
I have heard of your
charismatic
deeds across
performance
to that.
from this
And
character.
as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Neuvillette. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Is it,
Wait, Neuvillette? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Neuvillette is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression.
Impressive first
So
impression.
I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
XD.
Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon.
Yep.
She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face.
I get the sneaking suspicion that maybe that is voiced
Very
by
good.
Matthew Mercer.
That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this
I'll have to double check it later.
Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer.
That's what I thought.
I've
I mean,
pretty much
it
finished
certainly
my
sounds
preparations, and the performance will start as
in
soon as the
in
audience
his
has made their way to
style
their seats.
and his inflection.
The show's finally about to start.
When he voices characters in anime that are a bit high class, that's what he usually goes for. So it's not him, actually.
Ooh, they're dimming the lights. The show must be starting. Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette.
Would make a good
working as my
impression, though,
wonderful
I'm
assistant.
sure.
Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Very charismatic.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So,
Fair point.
I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today.
Yeah, hi. How's it going? The stream's going good. I am some ways into the Archon quest right now.
Our visions for the show.
And
That way,
honestly, it
even the
seems
gods will be
decent,
able to help
quite
us.
enjoyable. Of course, it's in the Genshin style that we have come to know and love, or know and despise,
let the show
with
begin.
a bunch of talking,
will now
a little
exit
bit
the
of
stage
walking,
to make
then
some
a bunch of talking,
preparations.
then a little bit
I
of
know you
walking.
might miss
You know
her,
the drill.
but don't worry, she'll be
But
coming
I've
right
been
back on stage momentarily. Perhaps
spacing
in an
it by doing, you know,
I'm sure she'll
something
be
like
stealing
daily
the
commissions
spotlight
or
soon
something
enough.
like,
Oh, and before I forget, there's one more
what they
thing I
called,
should say.
not trials,
You
not
never know what
challenges,
can
but
happen in
domains,
the
I guess.
blink of an eye.
That's the name. Yeah, it's been months since I played Genshin last time.
A magician's greatest
before this
skill
week.
is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
The show's starting. He's not a catboy. I was theorizing at the very beginning.
Huh?
The cards are not on the floor, though. Oh, they are.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before.
Yeah, and the lag, too.
So it's time for
My
something
apologies.
truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully.
Oh
With the
no.
lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Oh, virtuoso? Is he Jin?
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
She doesn't even seem to be wet from the water. Nice performance, I like it. And the Hydro Archon seemed to be entertained as well.
How did he do that? Paimon didn't seem to do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
What a show. No wonder he's a famous magician.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage,
Yep.
rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Yep.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our
The lag outside the tricks.
just begun.
Yeah, it's like
I've prepared
I couldn't see what you saw, what you did, because lag.
The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far
A true
beyond
gamer
what you've
comes
just
to a
seen.
magician's show and then blames lag for not being able to tell
I'm sure many
how
of
the
you
tricks
are
were done.
thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please,
Who's it gonna
if my
be?
assistants could bring out the magical boxes now.
Magicians of
There
lag.
are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here and one is there in the aisle among the audience.
But jokes aside, magicians actually kind of use brain lag
Already guessed our next
to
magic
make
trick.
certain tricks work.
A swap. Our lucky
swap.
audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Well, let's watch and see. I'm sure we can spot how he does it.
The lucky audience
I
member
wouldn't
will
bet
be
on that.
generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you
Cramped?
to be as comfortable as possible.
Well,
You
it
don't
looks
need
quite
to do
spacious.
anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Ooh.
Okay.
Sus. There's certainly an audience member among us.
Magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
True.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
I'm sure Linny's prepared. With the whole crowd counting together, you couldn't even if you wanted to.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59,
58.
60, 59, 58.
Oh, I started 60? That takes forever? I mean, he wants to time 60 seconds, and he wants to be able to hear you count. And also he wants to arouse the crowd. Audience participation.
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Maybe Zhang Li has the same voice actor as Nivedette. That could also be a possibility.
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Yeah, that would be a huge splat.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
I think it's all part of the show.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
Maybe it was just to divert our attention.
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25, 24, 23. What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19, 18, 17.
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown.
The voice is muffled.
Change is still plenty of time. 10. Almost there now. Whew.
Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7.
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5, 4, 3.
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0.
Ta-da!
All part of the plan. Messing up is also part of the show.
What happened?
Huh? Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
That kind of gives it away.
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yeah, and we are at the Opera House.
That's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
After some time, the guards complete their investigation.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
Yeah, it was mentioned before in the quest. There have been disappearances of young women dating as far back as 20 years. And many people have been tried, but whenever they were sort of in court being processed, another kidnapping would occur. And none of the girls have reappeared since. But yeah, to pull it off like this in front of an audience, including the Archon and Chief Justice.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Bruh.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
Farina is starting to get on my nerves a bit.
How can Linny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We could even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
It's hard to believe all this happened during the show.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
Yeah, I kind of heard from her voice performance before that she was putting on a mask and acting out in this dramatic fashion.
Carried out under the cover of a magic show.
And that she might be a bit more, like, unsure of herself.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Linney, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
I'm a defense attorney. Here's my badge.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Linney's help, our little duel ended in a draw.
A draw? You withdrew.
The draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
Huh. It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
Truage.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order.
What about investigation?
Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
Yes, I am. I'm a lawyer.
The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth.
Not sure that's how it works, but okay. Or isn't that's how it's supposed to work?
Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
But yeah, Farina is obviously an anime character. Everyone is dismissed and the audience begins to leave, along with Farina and Neuvillette.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
It's hard to say.
I understand. Even I'm not sure what happened, so I can only imagine how difficult it is for you to grasp the situation. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But, if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion.
Yep.
I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did.
Good
Even
point.
a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Yes, it is very strange, but there is no denying what happened.
That's precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Thanks, Sherlock. Where did you get those glasses?
We were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
Does he not know how his own trick works?
Used her own them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
He probably does.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
It's just that I guess there's a lot of things that went
That's the right attitude.
not according to
Feeling
plan,
depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to
and
get
that's
back
what
to my
confuses him.
normal self.
But yeah, I guess question 1 is how is it
Guards
supposed to
watching
work
our
by
every
default?
move. It's going to be especially difficult
And we can
for
start
Lynette
from
and I
there.
to prove our own innocence.
That's what I would do, but I'm not sure what the anime would do in this
Thanks for
case.
that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
I'm used to this sort of thing.
Leave it to us.
任せてください。
Since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
Bruh.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
Yeah, it's like your
suppose you're
life is on
right.
the line, potentially.
The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here.
I mean,
Detective Paimon is on the case.
spill the beans? Yeah, it's like, I would think that it is, we should do things in the exact opposite order.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
Namely, I would talk to the magicians first to find out how things were in private, to find out how things were supposed to work, and what the sort of parts of the trick are, and then I would go investigate the stage and the seats and the props, because then I would know what to look for or what to be on the lookout for. But whatever, it's an anime, so we have to bear with the logic that they want to present. Anyways, we're Linny and Lynette's attorneys.
I see.
Here's my badge.
You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Esmond is acting pretty sus right now.
The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell.
I think so.
And smashed the box with Cowell inside it.
Or maybe it's supposed to be. Because like from the previous discussion with Furina, the way sort of the laws work in this country is something special. Good game, by the way. Yeah, I've watched streams by RT Game, or at least the YouTube recordings of that we made out of the streams, and so I know how those work. And also highlights from Joseph Anderson, I think. So yeah, it's fun. But yeah, why was Cowell inside? Wasn't the girl supposed to be in there?
Mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
He's not the only one.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
We've known each other
so in just a short time, he was not only
for
able to
so
win your trust,
long,
but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
But that's not always true. People can also be the most reliable evidence.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway,
that's pretty
you
sus,
investigate
Esmond.
the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
You can use the case record to confirm your current evidence and clue collection situation and sort case-related information. You can check as yet undiscovered evidence and clues in the case record, then investigate the corresponding area to locate them. Use the perception skill to find evidence and clues that can be investigated with a certain radius around yourself. This will advance your overall progress. Garde investigation report. The investigation from the guards indicates that the fireworks launched at the tail end of the magic performance set the rope dangling the water tank alight, causing the tank to fall and kill Cowell, who was within it. It seems evident that Linny is the likeliest user of the prop to commit a crime. This repeats the information that we've heard twice before, at least. We've heard this 2 times already. We have seen the exact same information at least twice before. However, the reason for the victim being Cowell and the reason for the chosen lady's disappearance remain mysteries. The deceased's identity. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cowell. He was well trusted by all his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. I've heard all this before. But yeah, now it's investigation time. E to use perception skill. Lots of clues. Examine white line. This is where the magic box was struck. If Cowell weren't inside... This is too fast. I need to go in pause mode. If Cowell wasn't inside the box at that moment, he might have dodged the falling water tank. Examine magic box. The broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. Well, gravity is no joke. We've talked to Esmond.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall.
Mm-hmm.
The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
So either Lini didn't realize this was a safety concern, or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
Like... I'm just looking at where the rope snapped. Yeah, because this seems...
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material. Most of it was burned away, but
okay.
there's still a little bit of it left.
It seems to be flammable, like a type of flash cotton.
So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
Special rope. This rope was used to suspend the water tank. It suddenly broke when the fireworks were being launched on stage. The investigation has shown that the location where the rope snapped was made of flammable material. I'm heading out. But yeah, thanks for joining the stream for a while. Good luck, have fun, take care, and hope to see you again soon.
Bye.
Look for clues in the opera house. It's like we can talk to these guys. Quentin. Tarantino.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Doesn't matter.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared.
Yep, it was rigged.
We thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
Well, welcome to the magic
tricks. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance.
Yep.
In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
Yep.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Thanks, sorry to bother you. Why sorry to bother you? Just thanks.
Paimon had better write it down.
That's a good piece of info. Random number selector. This device was used during Linny's magic performance to choose a lucky member of the audience. However, the Garde have found that it will generate the exact same number no matter what. Clearly someone has tampered with it. I mean, important part of the trick. Maurice! What do you have to tell us?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the magic troupe members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence.
Okay, fair enough.
The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Excellent. Could you tell us who she is? We're Linny and Lynette's attorneys.
Sure. It's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person.
Okay.
Her name is Halsey. She's a painter
Halsey.
from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself.
How so?
Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The magic troupe members all claim not to know
Weird
her.
connection.
We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects.
Okay.
Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Well, that's a bit of a stretch.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us.
You sure will.
It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
I mean, sounds serious if it's been happening for 20 years already. Information about the missing lady's identity. Halsey is the missing person. She's a famous painter and came to watch the magic show in order to take a break from her own creative work. She isn't known to have been entangled in quarrels with any of the members of Linny's magic group. Alright. Okay, so I guess we investigated everything on the stage. And now we need to go check the seats or something. Isildur.
I see that you're investigating the area.
Isildur.
Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you
Who
find
might
any
you be?
new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
We remember it.
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. When the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Then wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case?
That's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
Yeah, you're reaching. The thought is important to know, but it's...
What was with that sound?
Yeah. We'll need to connect it to something. Strange sound during the magic show. During this witching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. Also, who's this guy anyways? Isildur. Maybe we'll need to keep an eye on him or something. There's a stain in front of the magic box. Looks like an ordinary box, but Linny somehow moved instantly from the... Yeah, sorry. Autoplay just closes the text box. Moved instantly from the stage to being inside of it. How did he do it? Maybe we should ask him. Okay, I guess we investigated everything over here. Guess need to check next to the entrance. Oh, Molly is interviewing Linny and
still
Lynette.
Talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright. Linny's still talking to the guard. I think someone...
But yeah, isn't this... Oh, we had to investigate this, but that is it. The fact that Linny is just talking here.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh?
Who dis?
You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns
and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Oh, what's it to you, lady?
You're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes
Spinal.
and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those
Hi,
who
Navia.
play by our rules call me boss.
Because you're
I'm
the
sorry
mafia or
for
something,
attendance.
or a racket.
Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
A wonderful voice. Love that guy.
Mademoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't
The
have to call me
rasp.
boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
So, you want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Interesting.
We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. Unparalleled intuition.
That's pretty
Farina was
sus.
quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she?
Oh, she's play acting.
But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone
And then she
levels
got
charges.
cold feet too.
And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Good point. When you put it like that.
Right. I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute. Did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. Don't worry. You won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Oh, we're going there.
Well?
Not always.
And why would that be?
Okay, our options are, or our answers, possible answers are, doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside, and 2, something serious like a trial shouldn't be treated like entertainment. It's a bit of both, but I'd say the truth is more important in this case.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Different from what?
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I
But
need
why
to make
would you
some
want to know?
preparations, following which our joint investigation shall
Joint
commence.
investigation.
You two shall be my assistants.
No.
Since when did we become assistants?
Hmm? Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
I actually like that, but seems you've already agreed then.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth.
Yeah, it's just a little weird that a bunch of random people are getting involved in the
Save
case.
a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? What about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
Yeah, this guy is also
I
looking
have
sus.
nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
I think that's what this character is after. Navia, your name is, right? I think my bet is, my prediction, is that Navia is not really after the truth. She's not after defending Linny. She's after the secrets behind the tricks. She gets that and gets out. Or maybe blackmails him or something. They seem like some sort of a mafia organization. And they seem to have some sort of beef with Farina too, which is also interesting to note. But still, I kind of find it a little weird that a bunch of random people are getting involved in the case. They're just inserting themselves in what is going on. And now we have to talk to this creature. What are you?
But no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case.
I'm a lawyer. Here's my badge.
This entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming
I
in
am
or
ticked
out
off.
must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
Doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
Well, doubt is not gonna cut it.
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time, I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck.
But you were here all this time.
I did not abandon my post.
Okay.
And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was.
Okay.
If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave.
Okay, that gives us some certainty.
Good at that sort of thing, you know.
Melusines.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
Yeah, that actually something useful for once. Entrances and exits to the Opera House. No one left the Opera House during the magic show, and after the incident happened, only those who had their identities cleared by the garde could leave. Okay.
Checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Oh yeah, let me try and go on the balcony. Yeah, this totally works. Observe the show from here. I wonder where the Archon sits. And if it's upstairs, how do we make our way there? Okay, the map is no use. We are indoors. But yeah, like, how do you get up to the balconies and those signs? But yeah, I guess not everything is modeled in this opera house. Or courthouse. Opera/courthouse.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable.
Super
I'd
by
pull
the
a
book.
rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
Very by the book.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower.
Also looks like a playable
I
character.
got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
The more the merrier.
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
But on the one hand. On the other hand...
Well, let's just say we're tagging along.
Oh, how does the scene
It's not
go?
every day you get to see the secrets behind magic
5
performed on
cooks,
such
1
a
dish.
large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
I noticed a stain in front of the box.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Was it about the decorations?
Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Yep.
Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
This I didn't notice. The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be
Yeah,
able
it's
to
the
catch that,
polygons.
given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
Wait, does this mean there's another box inside the box?
Exactly.
A box inside a box.
All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Heading down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box.
And this passage linked the 2 boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
Okay.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Yeah, then what about your side of the trick?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. That's my
excuse
favorite
me?
part of this trick. Only
What about the
Lynette and I
cat
can
ears?
perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
I can tell a lot of thought was put into this.
Lynette would
Well,
briefly
as
walk
if
out of
magic
the box
tricks
and then
are
go
ever
back in,
planned, duh.
Jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
Well,
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet,
if something
that
happened.
someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime.
Yep.
Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
Well, it's like
This is the scene of the
something
crime,
had to change
so Lenny
in
and Lynette
transit.
are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
It's more about preventing tampering
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
and misleading the investigation. Okay, the magic trick. Linny gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath. And Linny himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Meanwhile, having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of onstage interactions. That is fine. The magic box on stage has an additional layer to its rear, in which Lynette, in Linny's clothes, remained hidden. She would appear at the end of the magic trick and lead people to believe that Linny had been able to instantly move to the box on the other side. Audience side. The magic box at the center of the audience dance has 2 layers, and beneath it is an entrance to an underground tunnel. This was how the lucky audience member was meant to have been transported without the audience noticing. Alright. But yeah, basically if anything happened with the disappearance of the audience member, it had to have happened in this tunnel. But then another interesting thing is that Linny has gone through this same tunnel. So he may have seen the perpetrator. A ladder is required in order to return to the magic box above. Okay. And this should be the control device for the trolley. It seems to be able to operate automatically. Interesting. They said something about stored energy, but that's a little sus. There's a hook here.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Yeah, Linny didn't mention this earlier.
It was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Actually, Paimon is using, what's it called, like the proper conduct for handling evidence, at least to some extent. The fact that you have to document everything before you touch it. Okay, dropped hook rope. A rope that has fallen to the ground. A metal hook has been tied to one end of this rope. Its use is unclear. We get to investigate more, right? Okay.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick?
Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Broken flower vase. There are many pieces of a broken flower vase on one side of the tunnel. All the water within has been spilled. Judging from the distance, it seems unlikely that it was knocked over by the trolley meant to transport the magic box. Clothing.
These are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Linny didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe change.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
The young lady's clothes. The clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. The tracks. High precision is required to complete this magic... Sorry. High precision is required to complete this magic show, and tracks are perfect for making the trolley stay on its designated course. Something else in the passage. Okay, this is the trolley. The trolley is crucial for transporting the magic box to the other side. The culprit must have used this to execute their plan. There's a vent of some sorts.
What is this place?
Looks like a vent.
Seems someone could fit through here.
A bobus. The imposter vented. The change of clothes, also imposter sus. The audience member changed the clothes, imposting someone. Or impersonating someone. Fun stuff. So I guess once we're done with the investigation, we'll need to push the emergency button and call a meeting. And there we can accuse people of being sus.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone,
It may have.
perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than those that go through the magic boxes, and Linny and Lynette were in the two magic boxes.
You're right. Let Paimon write that down.
Okay, so the imposter vented. Or the audience member became the imposter, got a change of clothes, and then invented. Tunnel vent. The tunnel vent looks like it could allow one person passage, barely, but leaving along with the missing lady seems an unrealistic prospect.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes.
Yeah, but what about the storage boxes? All kinds of props and costumes are haphazardly stuffed inside. Alright, so these are just props. Okay, looks like it's time for us to go. But yeah, I think that maybe Cowell and Halsey colluded. Maybe they wanted to ruin the trick.
We've ascertained the state of the crime scene.
But then something got wind of it and got rid of them. Maybe that's the area.
Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
It would seem so.
The plot thickens.
The clot
Halsey's
thickens.
disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
I want to examine the basement.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The Oratrice will too.
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice.
Emotions.
To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
What about fast travel?
Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
The one thing that Paimon thinks about.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Oh, now is not the time to be picky.
In that case, let's just sort
But
out
still,
our findings together here.
I'm kind of pissed
Hey,
that
I was
you
hoping
can't
to
go
take
anywhere.
you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad
I am
idea after all.
warming up to this Navia character. Paimon.
Just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
Well, actually, your evidence collecting skills were quite good.
No snacks. Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
I mean, we can carry one as well.
I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
Yeah. Must be a spina tirasulla thing. Navia methodically handles the ingredients and pulls fresh macarons out the oven.
Good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
That's not quite what Paimon meant, but okay.
Paimon was fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
Fair enough.
Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, that's
Well,
basically how it's supposed to go.
treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
I guess it's Earl Grey. Thank you. Why don't you take a break as well?
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
But yeah, his clothes are painted on.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
So apart from the twins, we're left with 2 other people, the missing girl and the deceased.
The bass and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction.
Or like her escaping through the vent and discarding the unconscious Crowley in the box.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
There's no evidence that this 3rd person even exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this 3rd person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
Yeah, but she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off.
Well, she's pre-selected.
Any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the magic troop's members.
That's a bit of a bummer.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Paimon's good at counting.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
Yeah, like
being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count.
his collar is painted on.
Paimon knows that if she ate too many,
Can't
then
unsee it.
others wouldn't have enough.
Oh, it's fine. Everyone knows how much you love eating.
Even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake.
Yeah, no big deal. Who cares? Let's
Malus,
focus on the
set up
case.
the stove again, if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
She cooking.
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Oh, there's really no need to do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
At the ready.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Navia does a second round of baking over to... However, the discussion that follows does not yield much
For
progress.
snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the two of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
Yeah, I've actually kind of warmed up to Navia.
A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go.
I'm not sure what her reason for
back if I
getting
find
involved in
anything
the case is, but maybe it's benign. Or maybe it's the plot that requires her to be here. Or maybe it's the gacha that requires that she gets involved. Anyways, probability of third person being involved. Neither Cowell nor Halsey had a motive, but after having talked to Navia, the likelihood of a third person being involved seems very low too.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's... Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
But yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours now, so I think I'm gonna call it a night. But first, let's see if we can... Know that leaving this area will interrupt your story experience. This may affect your current quest progress. I think that's fine. We can just return here anytime. But whatever. I'm also fine with leaving this as is and just calling it a night. So far, actually kind of an enjoyable quest. Naturally, there is a lot of talking, as there is with Genshin quests. But it has been on point, and the case is somewhat mysterious. I just hope that the resolution is okay. But yeah, the gacha just gives us 3 stars, so... It's fine. I think it's nothing important here. And we got something in the mail. From Al-Haytham. ... Some researchers stationed in our village visiting the house of Dana a few days ago mentioned a familiar name. Apparently, Isaac is now quite proficient in both reading and writing of Vedanagari script, and the academia has even sent him some primers. I'm sure Paimon's no less capable than Isaac, right? Advanced reading materials are attached to this later. Sure. It's a gift from Al-Haytham. What else could I do? I mean, there was some event stuff on the docket too. Which button is it, though? That's the question. Is it this one? No, this is co-op. What about this one? Oh, it's the site here? Oh yeah, these are quests. These are login rewards. We can do some test runs. They give some primo gems. Waifu coins. We can do those real quick. To cap off the stream and everything. Wow. Gaming. And he's a Claymore user.
Everybody stand! Yeah! Skyward! Seize the skies!
Many happy returns!
But yeah, a lot of jumping abilities.
Let me weave you a bird. Make way for the death!
Mighty mythical beast! Alley-oop!
Everybody stand!
I'm okay with spreading things. Interesting. Other trial stages. Oh, wonderful. So you don't need to exit anymore and reload. You can just try Nahida. I mean, I really like the quality of life changes that just speed up the process of doing, you know, slightly tedious things. Lisa? Barbara? Interesting combination. But yeah, that's not the type of reactions that I was expecting. Because burning is not a particularly powerful reaction.
You're in for a little. Try not to.
I'll protect you.
But at least you get Hyper Bloom with Nahida plus Barbara plus Lisa. Okay, now we're gaming.
Don't be scared. Not now.
Not here, not now.
Over here. Everybody stand back. Let the magic
A bunch of
Many happy returns.
area of effects.
The night is cold. Let's light it up. Teamwork is true. Oh, mine to command.
Mighty mythical beast.
Yeah, just smashing my fingers on the keyboard seems to do it. Farzan.
We'll see about that.
I remember hearing that Farzan is supposed to be, well, for one, Hatsune Miku, and for the other, she's supposed to be, like, someone who increases the effectiveness of other animal characters.
Fracture.
It's a weird comp, but it's okay. Exit stage. But yeah, that was fun. Trial runs are always great because you get access to a bunch of extra energy, and your skills recharge faster, I think. Or at least they aren't interrupted. But yeah, we can do the trial some other time, and the resin is like whatever. I'm not playing Genshin daily anymore. I am not interested in sort of the dailies or playing efficiently. Maybe I'll get to exploring the rest of the map, but it's takes a long time. So I'll do things as long as it's fun. But we can save that for another time. So until then, thank you all for watching. I hope you had fun. And have a good one. Take care. Bye.